Welcome to Control. I know nothing about this game. I think it has something to do with Alan Wake. I'm just kidding. I know Alan Wake Easter eggs in this. I think that's this game. Yes.
Warning.
Morning.
This is gonna be weirder than usual.
I highly doubt
Can't be
that.
helped.
Surprised me. I've
You
seen some
called
weird
me.
things.
So here I am.
Played Super Mario Brothers. Bomber Isekai.
I
That's
know
pretty
I
weird.
shut you out sometimes. I'm always glad to hear from you.
Oh, thanks.
It's just that I get my hopes up.
Yo, thank you. I
So
know
many times
nothing
it's
about
led
this
to
game.
Nothing. I found nothing.
So we'll see where this goes.
It's like we live in a room, and there's a poster on the wall. We stare at it, and we think that's the whole world. The room and the poster.
I know a lot of people like that.
The picture's something nice. A landscape, a famous person. Like in that movie, what is it called? The prison movie. The
Green
room
Mile?
is a cell, and the picture, it's different for each of us. It can be beautiful or terrible, but we're all transfixed. But it's all a lie. Something to distract us from the truth. They're lying to us. We're lying to ourselves. The room's not the world. The world is much bigger and much stranger. There's a hole hidden behind that poster that leads to the real world.
Oh, just like Silent Hill 4.
We all feel safe in that room. But sometimes something crawls out from behind the poster.
Just like Silent Hill 4.
And the ones that see it happen freak out and try to forget what they saw. I'm here.
Welcome.
Why did you bring me here?
I hit new game.
Hello? Yeah,
Hello.
I see it. But what is it? I can feel it. It resonates. The things you show me, my friend, I forget. It's all in my head. There's no you, right?
I feel like an antelope. Also, the sensitivity on this is ridiculous. I want it down, right? Let's move this down to like 20.
Where's
That's
everybody?
still pretty
I
wild.
need someone to point me in the right direction.
There's probably a million artifacts on screen every time I turn. Let's turn this down to 10. Oh my god, yes. Pew pew. Prohibited items. That door just open on its own. And close. HRA protocol. I have to sneeze. For some reason this makes me think of Beyond Two Souls. When you have to go into the building. And downstairs? Question mark. Yeah, whenever you sneeze immediately after, you need to blow your nose. Sneezing is so weird. Oh god. Shift to run. Okay. Oh, wait, this is bathrooms. Bathrooms? Scary stuff? No scary stuff. Not like the suffering. Ooh, a broom? Oh, hello, Seawalker. Good luck to you as well.
Federal Bureau of Control. All these years I've been looking for them and they were hiding in plain sight.
Do I not have knees? How do you crouch? Metroid ain't got no knees. Ah yes, vending machines. Pistachios, pretzels, trail mix. I think I definitely prefer the fact that they don't have like a bunch of colors all over the foodstuffs. I don't like, sometimes you look at a packaging for something, you're like, I can't even tell what this is for. These pretzels, you open it up and it's like a bunch of spaghetti. You're like, what the heck? Who put spaghetti in a bag? I like the detection for being able to like walk up stuff. I go where I want. Make my own path. Uh-oh. I think there's someone here.
Hello?
Sounds like a zombie. Oh, it's just a janitor. I was gonna make a broken sword joke, but I couldn't remember the guy's name. Stanley? No. That's from UHF. Stanley, is that you?
Excuse me.
Why'd the music stop?
You are here about the job. Janitor's assistant. You need to go to the interview. Go that way to the elevator.
Thanks. Elevator that way. Got it.
Very good. I'm Ahti, the janitor, by the way. You'll work for me. You can say I sent you. If they don't hire you, then you are no helvet. There be work for the axe. Take them behind the sauna, jumalauta.
What?
I've done enough night shift loner jobs to know it makes us come off weird. Ahti the janitor is a friendly face in my book.
Better than somebody with no face at all. Think about it. No face.
But that said, I know what you're thinking. If there's an axe murderer around, that's him.
See. How do I walk? Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. Stanley Spadowski? Did I go this way before? Whoa, wait a minute. This is where I went before. Wait, hold up. I came up here. I went around here. And I went through here. I'm not gonna, I don't know, whatever. Maybe it was the other side of the building.
The cell and the poster.
Alright, except this
I
is
was
an
11
elevator
years
with a
old the
janitor
first
thing.
time I saw behind the poster. They told me I imagined it. I've been trying to pull it down ever since.
Is this a metaphor
you
for
help?
something? I don't know what's in it for me. Courtney Hope. Is that the VA? Or the name of the character? It's like D. Helen or whatever her name is. Virtual actor. Hello and welcome. I picked up like 30 documents. Wonder if I'll ever read any of them. Story by Sam Lake. Where do I know that name from? It reads exactly. Unless it's spoken out loud to me. Audio dialogue. I never read it.
There for a moment. You know what's on my mind. My baby brother, Dylan. 17 years since the men of this bureau took him.
Dang. Oops, sorry. Oops. Sorry. Oops. Sorry. Oops. Oops. He's really strong to be able to just push one of these things all over the place. Sorry. Did that thing just explode? Ah, yes. Typical Alan Wake fashion. Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. It's not me. What? Is that a stapler or an altered item? Don't take office equipment outside the building. Whoops. Sorry. Oh, God, sorry. 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 Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry. Investigate the noise. Hold on. Excuse me, sorry. Somebody.
Shit. Shit.
It's a job interview.
You want me to pick it up? The murder weapon? Really?
Who you talking to?
Something's outside. Was coming here a mistake?
This Beyond Two Souls. Excuse me. I can't get out of here. Oh man. Alright, well. Prime suspect now. Gotta make sure there's no survivors. I mean, no witnesses.
And there goes the poster.
Objects of power can cause or be results of AWE's altered world events, intrusions upon the perceived reality. Now,
High quality sound.
the service weapon is, of course, a prime example of an OOP, a very powerful one. Ingrained in the Bureau's DNA, a key component in our prime candidate program. Come out of that Russian roulette a winner and you're it.
Where indeed? Actually, it's half my health. Hold on. Or is that my whole health bar? Tiny health bar. V. Why is V? We're gonna have to rebind that to something. Literally anything else.
The same gun. Okay.
What in years going on here? Oh, nice. Infinite ammo. Oh god, my right click is broken. In order to hold right click. I have to hold my mouse weird. Which is very uncomfortable. Why? Can I charge? No. Somebody shooting at me? Get out of here. I just got like 18 achievements.
Something's coming. This threat. An attack. Duty as director. Keep the Bureau safe.
Did you hear that? It's the dead man. Right after the pyramid spoke to me, and it was just noise, and I understood every word. And this gun's alive. You know what? I'm happy. Happy to be here.
Hi, how are you?
Things have quieted down outside. Is it safe to go?
Take that, books. Gotta make the situation look 10 times worse and more confusing for when the police show up. Like, wow, there was a big struggle here. There's stuff all over the floor. Things have been... There was like a fight, it looks like. Big fight broke out. Never solved this case. Dang.
You can't let this happen. 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 You can't let this happen.
Alright.
You can't let this happen.
Well, I'm in a cutscene.
You can't let this happen.
You telling me to skip the cutscene?
You stopped it. You... Oh, thank you. That was... horror.
What? She's never played Silent Hill. Ooh. Let me in. The security thing is fine. Let me in. What's making that noise in here? I'm the director now. It's me. My face gonna be all over the place now? Yeah, it is. Nice.
The hotline.
Hotline Miami?
Secure line of communication.
Oh, that's kind of trippy.
Use the hotline.
Hotline? I think I might be dying. I mean, we're all dying. My character might be dying. I keep hitting crouch instead of punch. This really needs to be a different button. What is Q? Controls. Q. Shield. Dang, what is E? Launch. Lunch. Man. You drop health? I'm running low on health.
The hissing sound that tried to invade me earlier. The hiss. Burrowing into everything in this place.
Is the hiss your enemy? Alright, it's our enemy. That babble's contagious.
It burrows in like an infuriating melody that makes you hum it over and over.
I hear the drums echo in the night. Tears only whisper of some quiet. Hello? Okay. Something about this reminds me of, Remember Me? I think it's the sound design. It's the Evil Within too. Ooh, so here's what happens when you die. You lose 100 stabs. Always find out early what happens when you die. That way, like 3 hours from now, you're not like, oh god, what happens when I die? I learned that from Malice. What the heck? I played through that game with a friend, and we beat the whole game without ever dying. And I was sitting there and I was like, what happens when you die? And they're like, I don't know. So we went and died, and like there's a whole extra level you could play when you died. It was actually kind of funny. There's like a whole thing where like death shows up and then you have to like escape death through like doing the stage. Like a whole stage.
The hissing sound that tried to invade me earlier. The hiss. Burrowing into everything in this place.
Is the hiss your enemy? Alright, it's our enemy.
Stop moving, I don't know how to aim. Ow, stop moving, I'm dying. Oh. I got to collect stuff again. I'm on an SSD. I'd hate to know what this loading is like on not an SSD. Alright. Yo, I don't have to recollect things.
The hissing sound that tried to invade me earlier. The hiss. Burrowing into everything in this place.
Is the hiss your enemy? Alright, it's our enemy.
Interesting.
Must cleanse control points.
Mm-hmm.
An enemy. Corrupt. Spreading them.
This is done by
Cleanse the control point.
Ninja, I forgot the name. Ninja Theory.
Let me fix it.
Ninja Theory always overlays like real people. Basically into everything.
Shit. You did it. We did it.
What did we do? Hello.
Can you hear me?
Fast travel. Outfits?
With the Bureau. Are you still sane?
I don't know. Are you sane? Are you me?
Please, talk to me.
The Pope?
We saw you deal with the compromised agents.
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell you how happy I am to talk to somebody sane.
The feeling's mutual. Yeah, I'm Pope, Emily Pope, Dr. Darling's assistant.
My turn. Should I lie?
Jesse Faden. I'm
Ah.
just visiting.
I should have lied.
Shit! You're the new director. Hold on. We're coming out.
I'm the new director.
Director Faden.
Call me Jesse.
Okay, Jesse. I'm Emily.
You have the
But
fakest
somehow
smile I've ever
this
seen.
hostile force, this
Hiss?
that works. Somehow the Hiss managed to infiltrate the building without any warning.
And just like that, my name for it is official. The Hiss. Like the sound of poison gas leaking in.
We're in full lockdown. It seems to have spread everywhere and to everyone not protected by an HRA. And, extraordinarily, you. You are the director, and that makes you special by definition. Trench is no longer the director, obviously. I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. This whole situation is just a lot.
Trench is dead. Shot.
Ah.
I found his body. And the gun.
Do I tell her it looked like a suicide?
The service weapon.
Also, and this can sound crazy, but he keeps appearing to me, saying things.
Alright, why is she telling this person anything?
It's hard to make out, but he told me to cleanse the control point, push the Hiss out. The whole room shifted around.
You did that? And you entered the building when it was already in the lockdown before you became the new director? How?
I'm not ready to tell her about you yet.
A janitor let me in.
I love it. This is fucking unbelievable. I can't even... Look, Jesse, I have a million questions, and you probably have a million more.
Like, do you know my brother Dylan? Not yet.
But there's something I need to ask you to do first. If you can cleanse a control point, then you can maybe cure those infected or possessed by the Hiss. Because if that's possible, our options are very different.
Emily Pope. I don't know her, but I like her already. She's the opposite of the faceless agency I've blamed for what happened to me for so long. But I can't trust her yet. Or rather, the Bureau she's a part of.
Yes. I can try.
I'm speaking for you, of course. We can try it together. Okay. You with me? We did it before. Push the Hiss out.
Mine's the corrupted agent. Are you the corrupted agent? Yeah, quick time advance? Heck yeah. Oh, they're dead.
It didn't work. The Hiss has burrowed too deep. Ripping it out rips them apart.
Hope they weren't important.
Jesse, over here. We need to make a plan.
I can't cleanse them.
I saw. It was worth a shot. Thank you, Director. Jesse.
I'm gonna tell her why I'm here. I'll risk it.
Listen. The Bureau was involved in an incident in my hometown, Ordinary, 17 years ago. The Bureau came in and covered the whole thing up. I've been looking for this place for a long time.
That's enough. Maybe that's too much already. I can't tell her about Dylan and the rest yet.
I've seen mentions of an Altered World event case dealing with Ordinary. You were at Ground Zero as a child? It was one of the big ones, and before my time. And very classified. I can try to dig out some old files for you. My boss, Casper Darling, would know, but he's missing. I think he knew this was coming, or suspected. He came up with the HRAs, the Hadron Resonance Amplifiers. I think they're what saved us. Or a few of us. And Director Trench would know.
Trench, the ghost, or whatever he is, he mentioned something called the Hotline. Said I should find it.
It's another object of power, like the gun, an old Bakelite telephone, a direct line of communication between the director and the board. Maybe he can talk to you more clearly through that. I mean, Trench has years and years of experience. He might know how to destroy the hiss.
Where is the hotline?
It's kept in the communications department through the mailroom. It's part of this sector, so we can access it even with the lockdown in place. We'll get the door open for you.
Okay, that's my next stop.
That's Tomasi's department. He's the head of communications. I don't think he had an HRA. He kind of made a point about not wearing one earlier. Keep an eye out.
Should have worn a mask.
They call me the director,
All I'm saying.
but that's not me. I'm not a director type. I'm not a leader. Why am I here?
How's it going,
I
Redstone?
think you already know.
Her name is like
Yes,
Jesse.
I came for
Wait,
my
that's
brother,
not her
but
name.
there are other reasons too. I said I was looking for
Granny
answers,
Pope?
but
I forgot her
might
name.
never understand them. I'm not looking
no,
for
this is
proof.
like
This is
20 minutes
already
in.
More than enough. No matter what they told me all those years, I know it's real now. I didn't imagine
alright.
this. I want to be a part of this world.
Yeah, it's really
What
vague
scared
on
me
purpose.
shitless is that I finally found it. Only to see the hiss destroy it all.
I don't remember any songs from Little Mermaid. Is that the Bat phone? Pretty sure that's the Bat
I
phone.
know this is all new to you, so don't hesitate to ask me anything you want to know. There are no stupid questions. The door to the comms department is just outside the boardroom back in the lobby. They should have gotten it open by now. Follow the signs to the mailroom. You can get to the hotline containment chamber through there. Good luck, Jesse. See you
Thank
back
you.
here once you have the hotline.
Hotline Miami.
Thanks.
Emily, that's her
The
name.
hotline
Emily
should
Pope.
be in the communications department.
That's what I was gonna do, is find the dumbest question I could ask. The oldest house.
You mentioned the oldest house. What is it?
This building, the Bureau headquarters, the oldest house, is a shifting place. You've seen it. It transcends its physical limits.
I've been to New York a few times. How didn't I notice this place?
It's an attribute of the building. This is a place of power. The oldest house doesn't
I don't
like
know what
attention,
SCP is.
so unless you're purposely trying to find it, you don't, which is perfect for us. The work we do here is essential, but unstable. The Bureau prefers not to be noticed. And we need strong walls to make sure nothing gets out.
So without you, I never would have found the front door.
Okay.
Where did I just click on? No.
Thanks, Emily. I'm sure I'll have more questions soon.
Just let me know.
This is, from what I understand, part of the Alan Wake universe. Which is based on Twin Peaks. So I assume this is also a Twin Peaks style thing. But I know very, 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 very little about this game. I have quite a number of guesses about a few things that have happened so far. I'm going to keep them to myself because I don't like discussion on such matters, because a lot of times that ruins the process of learning things on my own. And my reactions become less genuine. How come none of these do anything? I think the best example of, like, what was it I just said? Twin Peaks. Twin Peaksism type things. So, these photographs or whatever on the wall were the original director, Trent. But when I killed Trent and became the new director, they automatically became me. So now I'm in all the pictures. I'm in everyone's picture. I'm now Trent. Because I killed Trent. Also, it's very unfortunate that I can no longer punch things. I don't know what these things are yet. Material for something? Excuse me, but I need to find them. Save them. Whoa. 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 Alright, where was I going? Toggle map. Where am I? Enter the communications department. Time to use the mini map to move. Yeah, like even these posters, whatever they were, got replaced with my image. Ugh. This makes it look like there's something through here. Director's gone. Somebody fixed everything. Executive? Wait. How do I change floors? Dang, I wish I had paid more attention. Alright, is this a different floor? This is the same floor. Can I teleport there? Am I trying to go up here?
There it is again. A welcome message.
See, I can punch things again. Wait, where am I? Oh, this map sucks. Oh no. Is this the guy from Fallout? Their heads are real fidgety. So far, everything about this game feels very,
It's overpowering here.
very Ninja Theory-ish.
You don't want me anywhere near it. I'm with you on that.
I think that was the company. They did like Devil May Cry, and Hellblade. That one thing with Goku. Sayuki. Dead letters. Machine gun. I can't see anything in here. Are any of you... You look like a police guy. I knew it. Oh, those are grenades. I got like armor. Why don't you just give him 2 health bars? I mean, why don't you just give him... I know what I meant. Maybe 1 health bar has different aspects to it. Give him more health. Why give him 2 health bars? I just got like 18 achievements for picking that up. Interesting. What's going on with that guy?
Communications. We're on the right track.
Am I? Hey, what y'all got here? Diet Cola. Diet Cola. Diet Cola. Diet Cola. Jack's Choice. I can't read any of that. I'm playing in a tiny window on my giant screen. Acoustic guitar for sale? $50? Turns out it's pretty hard. Interested? See guy in maintenance. $50? No dogs, but yes, cats. Let's stay downstairs for now. Let's stay downstairs. Onyx.
An object of power.
Ow, oh god. Oh god. Ow. Alright. Shelter? Samson. Going upstairs. She jumps like a gazelle. It's beautiful. In my Kung Fu class, we made up our own style. Like, we were just being goofy, but we made up our own style. It was the safari style. One of the attacks was the gazelle punch. It's where you jump and punch, but you gotta jump like a gazelle. Bathrooms? Oh god. I'm waiting for the suffering bathrooms to kick in here. Suffering being a horror game from the early 2000s. It was on PS2, Xbox, and PC. Oh god. It's actually shooting at me. I think it's just throwing things. It's interesting that my health doesn't, like, regenerate over time. Oh god. What have I done? I think it's all me. Is that a 3.5 to 5-inch floppy disk?
It's harder to hear you when I'm here.
What ancient artifact is this?
The channel's been changed. The board's in charge here. They're pyramids in the Bureau seal. Are they really the ones pulling the strings?
I'm pulling
not
the strings.
Their director.
I'm the
I'm
final
Railroad's
boss.
Director.
Hold E. E? I have like a limited amount of this. Looks like I do. Okay. It's based on this bar. Interesting mechanic. Can I throw you? I'll put you here. Get out of here. Oh man, there's so much stuff everywhere. The floppy disk has been delivered. The Hiss antagonist. Me?
You were gone. Cut off. I got it. Just like you wanted, right? This will help me fight the Hiss.
Stuck on that. I got an achievement. Unstable matter. Where you at? I heard you. I still hear you, but not in surround sound. I don't know where you are. Oh, there you are. See ya. I've never seen or played Life is Strange 3. No spoilers. I'm going with no. There's a lot of games with telekinesis in them. Dead Space 2 being the most hilarious of them. Oh, Life is Strange 2 is probably what you're thinking of. I think the kid in that had... I see. I kind of forgot that Life is Strange 2 exists. It was so bad. But no. This is less hilarious Dead Space. Telekinesis is always just really dumb in video games. It's fun, and I don't mean dumb in the sense of like a dumb idea. It's just that like everything, you just throw things everywhere. You just pick up stuff and throw it, and like everything dies.
Can be reached through the mailroom.
I don't know how you balance telekinesis, especially. There's so many objects I can pick up and throw. It always does way too much damage. Goddamn, Ridgeson. Yeah, telekinesis is like... It's really wacky. When I played City of Heroes, that's actually... I was like, what's the most powerful ability I can think of? I'm like looking through them all. I'm like, telekinesis and flight. Let's go.
This must open the door.
Oh, man. I can take this vending machine, but not this vending machine. What's even worse is I don't even have to be pointing at things. I just hit the button. She just picks up stuff. That sounds pretty amazing. Well, I have no interest in playing the game myself. It's pretty amazing. I hate when video games die off like that, with no way for people to experience them. I'll just take this section of the desk.
You're listening to America Overnight.
Heck yeah.
Thank you for staying up with us. Ghosts. We've had many callers over the years tell us of hauntings and other phantasmagorical phenomena. Today, friend of the show, Dr. Quincy Reagan tells
Dr. Quincy
his
Reagan.
story. Quincy, thanks. This is something I experienced recently while staying at the Chili Pines Motel in Macon for last year's Suspicion Con. I was in room 47. The night manager, an avid listener of the program, insisted I take this particular room. Now, the manager explained that years back, the body of a man was discovered under the bed, inside that wooden border that motel beds tend to have. And the body had been there a week, he said. Guests had stayed there, sleeping with the corpse a foot below him. They only found the body when housekeepers complained about the smell. Hauntings have been reported in room 47 ever since. I happily took the room. I fell asleep pretty quick, checking under the bed first, of course. No ghosts visited me, no chilly spots or flickering lights. But when I woke up, I found myself under the bed.
Whoa.
It was dark and stiflingly hot. Luckily, I was able to push the mattress off and crawl out before I suffocated. The night manager was kind enough to find me another room. There you have it, listeners.
Ah, spooky.
What we call ghosts take many forms. Quincy was brave enough to tell his story, and I encourage you to keep calling and writing whenever you encounter something strange.
That was the scariest thing I've heard all day.
Maybe you're seeing colors that we have no name for. Maybe your toaster is possessed. Remember, dear listeners, when no one else believes you, we do. America Overnight, we'll be right back.
What was the name of the Chilla's Art game where the guy kept writing in ghost stories? They're like wholesome ghost stories. The radio station, that was the one. There's so much you could like walk around and explore, but like, God, I'm not in the mood for that. I need stuff, but I don't know what for, so my desire to pick up stuff is pretty low. Let's not go in there yet. So in Alan Wake, like I said, I think this is the Alan Wake game. In Alan Wake, they had TV shows that you could run into, and you could watch the TV, and it would tell like a little Twilight Zone type thing. I assume the radio station in this is basically the same thing. Hidden location. Oh, I'm so dead. I got the thing though. Unless I didn't. Said hidden location, so it's gotta mean something. Oh wow. I don't know where this is. I mean, I know where this is. I know exactly where this is. Interesting that these guys came back. Hello. This is where I died. Let's go. Oh, I died again. I had to make sure there wasn't anything in here. I lost some of my 3,000 nails. Sprint is both useful inside and outside of combat. That you get where you're going quickly. Help you avoid enemy projectiles. Dang, that's useful. Alright. Alright, that guy's gonna come back and kill me. Take that. Dang, look at all these PCs. Ew. Yeah, take that. Yo, secret stuff. Wait. Oh. What are these for? Weapon mods, headshot, reload, personal mods, energy. Deconstruct. Let's see. Upgrade. How do I upgrade? Where did I come from? What? I left the room for like 2 seconds. Get out of my life. I don't have time for this. Ow, who hit me? So this one? Don't think I can go through there. So I'm missing something. That's floppy disk joke. I have the floppy disk. Floppy disk. Did I just pull this from the wall? Hold on. It's like... there's too much other stuff in the way. Alright, well I can't go through there. What are my other options? Is that this floor? Is that this floor? Hello? Guy. You have a backpack on?
They can fly now. Great.
Ow. Oh, he hits for a lot. Where'd he go? Ooh, man. He hits for a lot. I gotta take him a little bit more seriously. This is the mail room. I assume this is the head of the post department. I forgot why we needed to see him to begin with. He's gonna teach us how to use our floppy disk. Oh, God.
They can fly now. Great.
Ow. Ow, I was trying to duck. Let's go for the health. I knew it was not going to work out for me. I gotta put in more effort than I really want to.
They can fly now. Great.
God, I'm a good aim. The guy to the right. Oh, please don't hit me. Ugh. Ow, what hit me? He didn't drop any health. There's so much health over there. God, I got shot by the stray guy. Not even someone important. 10% of your source. What is source used for? Let me see something. Sound like my EXP. Outfits. What can you tell me about the source?
The hotline should be in the communications department.
Yeah, that's great.
So HRA stop you from becoming Hiss?
Well, it seems that way. I mean, I hadn't even heard of an HRA until a few weeks ago when Dr. Darling started handing them out. Well, I began analyzing mine as soon as I got it. I mean, each one seems to emit a powerful short-range frequency way beyond anything I've ever seen.
Doesn't the timing seem suspicious?
I thought that too. Dr. Darling usually likes to unveil his latest breakthrough in big presentations. With these, he just passed them out. Yeah, his behavior makes me wonder what exactly he knew.
Thanks, Emily. I'm sure I'll have more questions soon.
I do.
Just let me know.
What do I do with the source? Is there an upgrades button? Have I been in here? Apparently not. All right. already taking so much damage.
I have a feeling he'll be back.
Me too.
Let's stay focused. The hotline should be past the mailroom.
Hotline Chambers. Hotline Miami. Everything's all foamed up. Nice. All right. Here's somebody.
Alberto Tomasi, head of comms. The
Okay.
hiss got him.
Of course it did. He wasn't wearing his mask.
All right, take this down. The situation in Cuba has been evaluated by the relevant authorities. The mysterious illness affecting the staff at the U.S. Embassy in Havana was caused by sonic weaponry in the hands of a foreign power. Numerous personnel have damage to the inner ear, but most are expected to make a full recovery. Of course, the event also damaged their cellular walls, but we can't blame that on some stupid noise gun. Thank God no local doctors examined them first. Honestly, what are the odds an altered item would show up inside a U.S. embassy? Talk about good luck, huh? So much easier to... Hey, are you still recording this?
Ah, it's one of those guys. Is this it?
The hotline can't be far now.
Is the phone ringing? Is somebody gonna answer that? Hotline Miami. I learned my lesson.
The Ocean View Motel and Casino. Dream Logic.
Mush mushy.
The light switch cord. Door marked with the Black Pyramid.
The law of three applies. Alright. 1. If you fail 3 times on the 4th try, you will always get it. That's the law of 3, right? Oh god. 1, 2, 3.
Have we been here before? No. I've stayed at a lot of roadside motels across the country, on the
Where's
road,
room 47?
on the run, under the radar. This feels like all of them, like something recognized from a dream.
He said in the room with the... He said in this room. Something, something this room.
Hello? Anyone here?
Hi, yes, I can check you in. How many nights would you be staying? Uh-huh. Law of three applies. What about this room?
The key has a black pyramid on it.
Where have I seen a black pyramid? One. 2. Do I have to answer the phone 3 times? Mush mush. Beat the Astral Plane Challenge. The challenge to turn around and leave? Extra dimensional entities. I just picked that up from the ground. Alright, yeah, get out of here. This is some sort of like stealth thing.
It is a phone. It's an object of power. It doesn't connect to any typical network. A direct line to the astral plane and the board. And my hypothesis is, under the right conditions, to other planes of existence as well.
Bat phone.
A director needs a team. My management team. These people know the secrets of the Bureau as well as I do. Some even better. Darling, Tomasi, Salvador, Marshall. Marshall especially, my head of operations. She sees right through me. She knows I don't like relying on people. The only person you should fail is yourself. But things change when you become director.
Oh.
I have it. The hotline. I can reach Trench. Well, listen to him. He feels more like an echo. An echo with important info. I need to get back to Emily.
Got it.
People react strongly when I tell them about you. Is it too soon to tell Emily?
Up
She
ran straight
might
through the
be
thing.
able to help.
I'll take this couch. That's a powerful couch. What we got in here? All kinds of stuff. Some film. I got Encino Man. I haven't seen that movie in forever. There's probably a better way to get here, but whatever. Well, hey guys. Wait, are you Emily? No, you're not.
Jesse, did you get the hotline? I mean, how is it out there? The comms, the hiss? Sorry, you made it. I'm glad.
Yeah,
Emily?
why don't you slow down?
Let's talk.
Of course.
I got
There's
the
a
hotline.
thing on the other
I can
side of
make
this
out what
table.
Trench is saying now.
Incredible. What did he say?
He talked about his management team. People who knew the Bureau's secrets. Your boss, Darling. Tomasi, but he's gone. He's gone. Salvador?
He's the head of security.
Oh, he is definitely
And
gone.
Marshall?
Helen Marshall is head of operations. She's tough, ex-CIA. She took her Rangers and went to the research sector to secure the HRA production. She hasn't come back.
Someone who could help us.
No, these are
The
all
other
boss
sectors.
fights.
How do I get there?
It's impossible because of the internal lockdown. You can perform a directorial override to lift it, but that can only be done in the maintenance sector. Normally, you take the sector elevator down there. It connects all the sectors, but it won't work while the lockdown is in effect.
We already got past one lockdown.
Maybe I can find a way.
Jesse, look, with no prep, no training, in this extreme situation, you are doing phenomenally well. And all that and the hiss can't seem to affect you. I mean, I would love to run some tests on you. If you agree, that is.
No,
We could find out something that would help us.
Tests?
don't do it.
I don't know. She might find out about you. But I wouldn't mind understanding more myself.
Okay. If
No.
you think it will help.
Great. I'll check the internal documentation for any lockdown bypasses. We need to get these sectors open to locate Darling and Marshall.
And I'll look for a way inside the maintenance sector. The sooner we find one, the sooner I reach this override.
No. So far, I really feel like, I mean, I don't truly know what's going on, but this game has some, it's like somebody played Beyond Two Souls and they're like, alright, let's make this character cool. Mysterious. It's gonna make an FF7R joke. I can remember the name of the place. Why are you red?
Hi, Jesse.
Hi. Control
Thanks, Emily.
point.
I'm sure I'll have more questions soon.
I can craft.
Just let me know. Do you hear that? Someone's singing. Where's it coming from?
I hear the drums echo in the night.
Singing.
Hope is asked
Sounds
us
like
to
it's coming from the elevator.
incantation, she calls it.
You mean like in person?
Ew. Abilities? Plus 10 health. Take it. 20% health. I'll take it. Okay. Energy, launch damage. Ooh. Thanks, Richardson. These cost those things I find in the boxes, but nothing cost. I haven't seen anything that costs this other than resetting your abilities.
Pencil and paper. I think she's trying to.
Astral constructs? Mods? Weapon mods. Let's see.
Get us killed.
Spin maneuvers. Are these quests? Shatter mode. Wait. Surge mode? Still the same outfit?
Time to work. Meet me in the maintenance.
Sure thing, mysterious guest.
Like I said before,
The janitor is a friendly face.
Oh. He's, head of the whole department. I'm sure.
The maintenance sector is the janitor domain. If I can find Ahti here, he can help me reach the override. Maybe it was you who got me into the oldest house with the lockdown on. Maybe it was Ahti.
Maybe they're the same
It felt
person.
like he made the elevator appear that took me to Trench's office. Is Ahti guiding me too?
This game needs a slide mechanic. Like Vanquish or Fortnite.
The directorial override is right there.
Right
in the
there.
control room.
Right there.
How do we get there?
I don't think I didn't see you. Or you. Or also you. Is that a grenade? Kill Hiss Rangers. Nice. Alright, let's see if this game does something that I think is really stupid. Alright. Okay, it doesn't do the thing that is really stupid. So you can fast travel like anywhere. I assume at some point I won't be able to. That's part of the story. But like, I hate when games like still offer you fast travel but don't offer you the other options. So you have to like go back to your base to do basic operations, like upgrading your character. When you could just do it from like the fast travel thing. Hey guys. My right click's busted, so aiming is quite the journey in this game. Especially since everybody's head bobbles around. You know, kind of achievement progress. This room doesn't look safe. This room looks very unsafe. And there's like lava. The floor is lava. That That is a grenade. Picking up stuff has a similar sound effect to a grenade landing. Yeah, it keeps messing me up. What's going on in here? Is this the janitor's office?
What's down that way?
Yeah, but what's down this way? That's the janitor's office. New mission. G? Is this gonna be like Evil Within 2? Yep.
Ugh, this place makes me nauseous.
It's just a straight line.
An object of power. How do you think it got down here? A carousel horse. Why is kid stuff always so creepy?
Ride it. Get crushed by the top. Control to evade. Oh no. Okay. Energy now has another use. Back. All right.
Let's see the Hess keep up with me now.
Let's see. Just got like 1 million achievements. Okay. Oops. I can't see anything in all this bright tech and light. Oh. Is that a microwave? Taking this with me. Who wants some Hot Pockets? Picked up something. I'm gonna become the new janitor. My photo will be there.
Well done. You got the job. It's place for congratulations. Yippee, saatana. It happened in the last drop. I truly need an assistant.
Funny thing is, I've been a janitor. I'm more at home in that role than as the director. Only Ahti here seems to see that.
Yeah, hi, Ahti. Look, we need to get the lockdown lifted, otherwise I can't get to the other sectors. Can you help me get to the override?
Yes, yes. Easy peasy. It's just around the corner. But first, we need to get you working. Very small, couple of hours job.
Something tells me it's gonna be more than that.
Yeah. You think there's a dog buried in this? I can tell you are not yesterday's Krause's son. That's why you'll make a great assistant. Very well. I'll hit the facts on the table. Mä kyllä sanon perkele suoraan, that this house has a vermin problem. A bad one. They've already messed up the cooling pumps. And the power generators of a power plant, perkele. And the pensioner inside is starting to feel the band around his head tighten. The situation needs to be fixed before the plant blows up. And we all disappear like a fart in Sahara.
Trying my best to keep up with this.
I have no idea what he's saying.
The coolant pumps and the power generators, otherwise the power plant will blow.
But don't you worry. I've left you clear instructions. You'll catch the end of the thread before I go to my vacation. The work's on the task board here. You can do later, when you have time.
Vacation? Right.
Yes, no one's gonna cancel my holiday or seat's gonna rattle. But don't worry at all. You'll take care of it and soon this crisis gonna be last winter's snow. You better go now, so you don't have to run with your head as your third leg. The door in the back leads to the plant.
The door in the back. That's great. Thank you, Ahti.
His life is in your hands. Let's work hard. What is this? What a mess.
Yep. Burn the trash. Throw it in the fire. Burn it all. Burn it into a reindeer, not into a moose.
What? Ahti, how high are you?
Okay, so what happens again if that thing blows up?
Power. Explosion.
Alright.
Too much. Director's duty. Keep the lights on. Northmoor was director before me. I never wanted his job. I never wanted power. I purposefully avoided it. Didn't trust it. Didn't want to rely on it. Northmoor was all about power. A man like an explosion, hungry for authority, for order, for more, until it was too much. I had to find a solution in the end. Contain the situation. Northmore never liked me, but he went along with it, to his credit. He didn't really have a choice. I suppose at the end of the day, a director's most basic duty is to keep the lights on. Here's to you, Northmore. There were no prime candidates waiting in the wings, but I was there. Had been the whole time, keeping my head down, working my ass off. I had nothing to lose. I picked up the gun almost on a dare.
Interesting. 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 Where am I? I don't have my gun. Who are you? You appear to be friendly.
Dangerous out here, lady. Go see Chief Arish. He's just inside. He'll help you.
Mm-hmm. Hello.
Ma'am! Hey!
Hey.
Chief Arish, FBC Security. Shouldn't you be in a safe room?
No. I do what I want.
They all have HRAs. We're on the same side.
My name is Jesse Faden. I'm here to perform the directorial override to get the lockdown lifted.
Yeah, Chief Arish, FBC Security. I'm just... Oh, hang on, you're the new director. It's a pleasure, ma'am.
Let's skip the formalities, please.
Right. Faden, ma'am. Look, as you can probably tell, it's a bit of a shit show down here. We've been holding our ground, but whatever's gotten into our buddies has them wrecking the coolant pumps and the power converters. The NSC keeps overheating, and my crews keep getting shot before they have a chance to make any repairs.
NSC?
Oh, sorry. Bureau jargon. It's what we call the power plant. You know, the big rumbling metal thing? Salvador, head of security, asked me to protect it in case of an attack.
Guy looks like he's wearing a mask.
Dangerous. Dr. Darling seemed to know it would be a target.
Darling? He's here?
No, he came down a few days ago, before everything went to hell. He was out of it. Smelled like a bar mat. He was ranting about vulnerabilities and how he only had one large-scale HRA, but that he needed it somewhere else. Still, at least he gave us these personal HRAs before he left. Hey, did I mention that he was tearing his clothes off? Crazy dude.
Darling knew the hiss was coming.
Listen, I love playing 20 questions as much as the next guy, but we have got to get the water and electrical systems repaired before this baby blows. I'll have my guys unlock the doors out of here for you.
I'll take care of it. You stay and keep the hiss away from the plant if you can.
The hiss? That's what we're calling him? Oh, that's catchy. Oh, listen, the radios aren't working, so if you find my boss Salvador out there, could you please ask him what the plan is? I'm sure he will have one by now.
I'll keep an eye out for him.
He sure has a lot of faith in his boss.
Who is gonna be the next boss? I mean, boss
Try to
fight.
stay alive.
Okay. Hey guys, what you doing? I'll take this. I'll take this. Let's see. Energy suddenly got way better when I got a sprint. But I also like health. Oh, 2 is the number of stuff. Shatter. Higher tier mods. Did I complete the quest I was on? Oh, I guess I did. Nice. The heck are you? Oh. Interesting. Wait, did I get, That's something. I thought I upgraded something. I don't know what I upgraded. Yeah, I hope these aren't infinite, because they just keep coming. They don't stop coming. Getting some achievement progress nonsense that might be spoilers.
Power cut. Replace the parts.
Yeah, but where do I go for this random quest? Hey, Seawalker. Ew. Oh god. Oh my god. Ooh. I hear the drums echo in the night. I need more health. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Keep forgetting it's like the middle of the week and not the weekend. Oh, I can flip which side this is on? That's neat. I should make that button my melee button. Oh god. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Every time I deactivate one of these, I get achievement progress update with a number next to it. I don't even know why I checked. I need 3. Burn the trash.
Did I find barrels full of hazardous biological material? Seems like I'm breaking some environmental regulations on waste disposal, but if that's what Ahti wants, then I'll get it done.
That is 100% not what I had targeted. Can I take this radio with me? Oh, I just remembered that I have... I have, there's an option to mute, copyrighted music in the options, which I have turned on. I wonder how much music has been muted. I, like, haven't even really noticed. I mean, there hasn't been any like sections that felt out of place because they were like completely silent. Like when we played, I guess it was Life is Strange 2, it had the same option, but it was like really awkwardly done.
My name is Dr. Pierce, lead researcher of the Parakinesiology Department. I believe that I've discovered a Code Omega paranatural entity residing within the Bureau itself.
What?
Right under our noses. Darling refused to allocate me the budget or resources, so so I'm taking matters into my own hands. Let this recording be the proof I need to convince them. The furnace can speak.
What?
It's been talking to me for some time now. Listen. Did you hear that? It's a sentient force capable of communicating. I checked and there's no record of ever installing this furnace. I believe that... Oh, sorry. What? Yes, I can feed you. What do you eat? I see. I'll try to find some volunteers.
Oh no. Give me this. There we go. Now you can just drop things. I hit F. I'm gonna forget that when it matters. Got my legs. I think it seems like I'm missing 2 based on the percentage fill up. I was some sort of hazardous containment material, I would be sitting inside the furnace itself. Oh my eyes. Maybe it's not even here. Maybe it's up here. Ow. Okay. I don't think this is a thing up here. Oh, and I forgot I could do this. Oh god. But I don't think that's going to be required for anything. That was like an optional thing. I mean, this is also an optional thing. And it was kind of glowing over here. Maybe not. But they're probably in plain sight. It's not a thing. That's also not a thing. That's a box thing. They've been really obvious. Oh, there's a thing up there. That's a different thing. Here we go. Alright, now while we look for this thing. I got two things? You don't look like a thing. It's gotta be in this ring. What is... Oh my god. I didn't notice there's 3 side. Found him. Oh, I did. Thing. That's 2 ability points. Ooh. More building points. Let's go. %.
This place is gonna come down.
It's fine. Is that Sea Life? 2021? I swear this was done by Ninja Theory. Bro.
Fix it fast.
Oh.
If the plant goes boom, we can throw the spoon in the core.
Power core B goes into power core B slot. Power core B. There's power cores everywhere. They're everywhere. Oh, it's these guys. Oh god. Yeah, it's these guys. I didn't see. There we go. Can I hit this from here? Nice. Oh god. I got that one and I got this one. There's appears to be one more. All right. Oh, there it is. That is definitely what I grabbed.
My old enemy, the clock, is blocking the pipes. You need to deal with that shit. He's very clever. He's trying to sneak in. We got him caught with his hand in the fish trap. Get rid of him.
Hand in the fish trap. Ow. Oh god, oh god, oh god.
That's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
Big clog. In the pipe. Yeah, get out of here. Bring some health with you. I mean, leave some health behind. Oh, God! Who shot me? Oh, there's poop everywhere. Gross. Finally have health again. But for how long? There was that.
That sound.
What do you mean you don't like that sound?
Nothing more satisfying than manual labor.
Nice. Wait to die on my way back wherever I'm going. Oh hey, it's Master Chief. Oh good, it's the Raven. Trying to use this thing. That's how I got here originally. No, we went through the back way. In the furnace chamber. My legs. What's going on in here? Shooting you. Should have been paying attention to the person right next to you. We are an RT. Get out of my way. You're liability. Every time I kill somebody, another like achievement progress thing comes up. It's just this constant stream of like random progress. Oh god. Oh god. Oops. And what the dumbest thing out of it? Okay, so it's out of 100,000, whatever it is. It just keeps coming up. We get them all? This person's not back. Oh, this is Astral Blip. I thought it said Banjo because I don't know how to read. What did I need? I'm gonna upgrade this. Ritual Impulse. Where am I going? Oh hey, it's your boy. Flying, dude. I don't think this is the same flying, dude. Ow. Tried to dash forward. Didn't work. The music's playing like there's still somebody here. I'm still farming for mats, so... knew you were here. Maintenance. Energy converters. Alright. This is it. I hope it's like a big T-Rex.
We need to fix this thing ASAP.
I mean, I know it's the power plant like dying, but I hope it's a big T-Rex. Man, this stuff is not very smart. I mean, I do the same thing, so maybe this smart. Just run at the enemy. What is this? Reload speed? Wow, look at all this other stuff I have. What do I have? Reload speed plus 11%. I wonder, if you can, like, combine these. Ooh. Recoil. Hold on to this for now. Interesting.
It's fried up. You need to fix it before the old figments inside the plant associate.
The floor is lava. Can I get through here? without touching the floor. Can you please jump over the thing? It's like a new episode of a TV show. That's the title episode of the episode. Lightning powers? I have such great aim. Fix. Shelter. I'm gonna open one of these, and 7 people are gonna pop out. I'll be like, no, it only said 6. What? Aim is getting worse. That was a ghost. I want, yeah. That's not what I want. I want this thing. Oh, God.
Go lift the lockdown.
Alright, let's go and explore. How do I get into here? Nice. It needs a key. Threshold remnant. God. Ow, 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 ow. That is the worst aim. I thought these were cardboard boxes. I was like, wow, there's a lot of boxes stacked up here.
To protect them. Forces contain a lockdown.
What? I hear a voice.
Lifted by a directorial override.
This is what we came here to do.
Oh man, don't put your finger in there. Oh, that's a gun thing. Hey, we're going outside? That's not outside.
That's it. The other sector should be open now. I think it's time I told Emily why I'm here. I'll
Oh,
risk it.
no.
You two should get to know each other.
Alternately. Alternately? I don't trust anyone here. Are we here to, like, stop everybody? I don't know what's going on, honestly. It's all very confusing. That's not the right button. Maybe research sector. Is this a Metroidvania? I can't wall jump. Oh, wait, is that why I can't crawl?
They're saying Trench was shot dead.
What?
Jesse, you made it. And you lifted the internal lockdown.
Let's talk, Emily.
Yes,
no.
of course.
This can only
Listen,
end poorly.
Emily. Screw it. Just tell her. I haven't been completely honest. I have a younger brother, Dylan. When we were kids, we found an old slide projector in Ordinary's landfill. The slides created doorways to other places. Bad things happened. Came through. That's all she gets. The rest stays locked inside. But we found help. Through one of the doorways, we met something. A being.
A being? What kind of being?
It's hard to describe, but she helped us. We managed to turn the projector off. The bad things that came through the doorways were gone. After that, your people came. Tried to grab us. I ran away. They got Dylan. I left him behind.
Bureau agents took your brother?
Yes. You covered it up. No one believed me.
What if the janitor's her brother?
I just want to find Dylan. I've been looking for him ever since.
What happened to the slide projector? It sounds like another object of power.
I thought you took it. The Bureau. Along with Dylan.
I've never heard of it. But around here, I assume everything's classified. You know, I looked into the Ordinary AWE case files after you mentioned it. Trench and Darling were both involved. A large area of the containment sector was reserved for it. The case hasn't been active for a long time. I have no idea if anything's still there. Can you tell me more about this being you found?
Why does it matter?
You two get along.
Why?
She's been with me ever since Ordinary. In my head. She led me to you. I call her Polaris.
As in a guiding star. Did Polaris know about the
I built a mountain of garbage. Oh.
If she got you in here in spite of the lockdown, she's very powerful. Which may help explain your test results. Your readings are incredible, Jesse.
I got good and bad news for you,
Cross-referencing the
LCC.
database, I found 2 matches in Darling's old classified files. Unfortunately, I can't access them beyond the file codes. But one was P6, referring to a prime candidate for a potential future bureau director. This was logged years ago.
I don't have any of that turned on.
Is that Dylan?
Did she shoot?
The other match is on something called Hedron, which must be connected to these Hedron resonance amplifiers somehow. All I know is that Marshall went to the research sector to secure the HRA production after the Hiss first attacked.
So, Marshall seems like our best lead on Dylan. I need to go after her. How can I get to the research sector?
Use my key card. The sector elevator will take you there.
No, thank you. I'm the director, but they keep giving me keys one at a time.
Marshall is the next step.
Pretty sure this is some sort of Metroidvania thing.
About Ordinary, my powers being connected to things in the Bureau's past. I am so close to something. Do you feel it?
Can you feel the wind in the face?
Coming.
It's the janitor.
We take turns to come for a visit. I helped you. You owe me now. And when time comes, I will come calling.
That's gotta be your brother. You got 4 ability points received. So yes, I can't in here, but you can pick up objects that are in the walls.
I heard the Hiss attack the power plant.
You can make up your own, you can make up your own trash. But I don't know why you would. There's literally no reason to form a big pile of trash. I mean, I guess if that's your thing. Am I in the right place? Energy converters. Wait, hold up. Energy converters. I guess that's here. Oh god. Who shot me? What are you doing? Oh god. Failed. I keep having to take this game more seriously than I'm taking it. And I'm not prepared for it by the time I realize I gotta take it seriously. And then it's like, oh heck, I should have taken this seriously. Because some of the fights in this are just a joke. You can just run up and punch things. And then sometimes you have to put actual effort in. But I don't know the difference yet. So I just keep dying to stuff. Well, not like everywhere, but... Anyways... you can pull, like, rocks out of the wall. It just keeps picking up the same stuff. There are places with, like, a lot of trash around, if you really wanted to pick up some trash. Here's not one of them. I really want to go in there. Whoa. Alright, where am I going? Furnace chamber? No. I forgot where they told me to go. Side quest came up, I got distracted. I had this game's graphics set to medium. They seem to be pretty good. I mean, I have some really low standards, so.
I heard the Hiss attacked the power plant. Brings up a lot of...
Alright, where did you want me to go? I was absolutely not paying attention. Find Marshall.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi.
I keep finding traces of Darling, but still can't find him. Where could he be?
But he's usually in his office in research or one of his labs. Dr. Darling has quite a few all around the Bureau. Could be hiding in any one of them. I'd check myself, but I don't have access to most of them.
Maybe he's the janitor.
Sounds like I touched a nerve.
He didn't let you into his labs?
Not all of them, no. Some had volatile material. That's ridiculous. I mean, this whole place is volatile material. Could have at least thought up a more convincing lie. I mean, how can I work without access to all the data possible?
See you soon.
Be careful out there.
I don't know where... this even could be.
Trench was shot dead. The situation's getting... worse.
Where's the
I saw
elevator?
Trench and Darling arguing a couple weeks ago. Trench was furious. You don't think Darling...
Don't be stupid.
Research psychology. Oh. Oh. Oh, we're going outside. Central Research. Hi, yes, I have an appointment.
I'm Dr. Casper, head of research. Somebody thought this video would make for great internal communications. I'm looking at you, Mr. Tomasi. So,
Mr. Tomasi.
this is where the magic happens. Anyway, I've been here for 24 years now. I've always been here. And through those years, we've made astonishing discoveries, authored studies of grave importance, and in all this work, there is one thing we know, and that's how little we truly know.
What if I am LCC? I got my stream deck here, hit the buttons.
And to make the Bureau proud. So, welcome. Assuming you have the necessary clearance, and do follow the safety protocols. Read the manual. Otherwise, bad things will happen.
Research
Bum, bum,
sector,
bum.
huh? Home of the Bureau's mad scientists.
This game and stuff like that, the words appearing on screen really make me feel like this was done by Ninja Theory. Or at least some of the people involved in many of Ninja Theory's projects. There are certain, like, outlandish things in this game that are in all of Ninja Theory's games. This is the main thing that makes me feel this way. Are you throwing stuff at me? Ow! Oh god, where are you? See, like, these guys are a joke. Probably just run up to him. Just punch everybody. But then sometimes... Oh my god. Sometimes there's people that are actually not a joke. Where are they? But right click is broken. That's a headshot. Is this it? Yeah. One of these times, a bunch of people are gonna pop out. The voices in the back of this also remind me of something else, but I can't place what. Like where I've heard them. My brain keeps saying Final Fantasy XIV, but I know that's absolutely not correct. There's a... Whoa! There's an achievement. I'm guessing it's total damage done. It updates every time I shoot anybody. And it just keeps popping up on the side of the screen. Is that, Oh no, that one's the killed. That one's at 199. What? $200. Oh my god. That looks suspicious. What is with you? Ow. How did you move? What's going on? Oh. I see. Solved the puzzle. Didn't even know I was doing it. I swear this is a Metroidvania. Should have saved this for Metroidvania Day. What's going on here? Yo, I got an astral blip. What the? I needed some of those earlier for something, but I can't remember what. That's sealed, that's sealed. This is not sealed. Where are we going? Oh my god. Another astral blip. Going into this game, I didn't really know what to expect. But I'm starting to become more and more overwhelmed. This is where it was kind of directing me. Oh, and I have a key card for this.
She's in trouble. I need to reach her.
Do you? Oh god, what did I step on? You remember the Test Dummies TV show? I think it was just called Test Dummies. Crash Test Dummies, maybe? Yeah, TV show. I forgot what they actually did on that TV show. Oh yeah, there was an SNES game, I think? Wise decision. Maybe. Yeah, I remember that it existed, but I don't remember much else.
The astral plane. Similar to an iceberg, what you see is not what you always get. Regardless, this place is vitally important to the Bureau. Most information on the astral plane is classified, but we can talk in broad strokes, keeping in mind that these are staggeringly complex systems, and simplification does them no justice. Now, the white non-space, the ever-present inverted black pyramid. The board, all linked, intrinsically tied to the oldest house, tied to the director, the process of choosing a director, tied to all objects of power in terms of who controls them. Yes.
What? Yes. Nice. Why are these always like an octagon? Did I just get something? Oh yeah, I got the thing. The thing. Second mod slot, or I can get spin. I like the idea of having an upgrade. I don't know that having a second weapon would actually help at all. I'm gonna go with this. Nice. So what do I need for this? A million things. The heck? Alright. What did we find? Sprint. That. Energy recovery. That. Can't read very well. Launch energy cost. I ever figure out how to upgrade my personal mods. Let's see, damage. Damage. Plus 60% while dying. I'm doing it. I am close to dying a lot. Oops. I've been not taking this game super seriously. I can't wait for the T-Mobile ad.
Was that the mindscape of the astral plane is subjective, but that was fast proven wrong. It's an actual place, not a construct of the mind, even though it is with our minds that we enter and experience it. But then one could argue that that's the case with all reality. We've been able to record footage of the astral plane by monitoring the brain activity of those experiencing it. That is the only concrete material that has come out of the astral plane expeditions. Apart from one shocking exception. In the astral plane footage, we're always in the vicinity of the pyramid. We've concluded that this, not the entire plane, is what the board controls. We have glimpsed movement, native species, always in the distance, and yet contact was made. We don't have footage of this, a technical malfunction, but when one of our astronauts returned, a brain cloud, an astral fugue, had hitchhiked a ride in his head. It ruptured out, killing the subject in question. It's a relentless predator, pursuing thoughts, minds, lethal to those the entity feeds on. Proper containment protocols are to be observed when dealing with it.
See? I bet the one in our mind is like the space police. What if I want to watch a movie over here? That is not what I wanted. Yo, is this the astral plane?
I can't believe they keep that thing here.
What else are they supposed to do with it? Here, let's set it free. There's a rave going on in here. Oh god. Oh god. I don't think I have the necessary tools to fight this thing. I hope it goes out into the real world and finds a job. Man, there is a huge rave going on. Oh god. Oh god. Ugh. There was definitely a flashing lights warning. And a few other warnings, actually. There's a whole bunch of warnings. Oh, is this stuck? Wait a minute. Wait a heckin' minute. I've been had. Oh god. Oh, did I lock the door in on myself? Oh god. I don't remember how I got in here. What is this? Ooh. No, I need this. How did I get in here? Oh, I get it now. Oh god. Well, I set it free. And I should lock it back in there. Yeah, that thing is pissed. I don't know if we want to go that way. Do I need to go? Do I need to go that way? I came from here. So we originally entered from here. And then that's sealed. This is all locked. How do I get over there? There's a set of stairs, like, in that direction. It's through that door. I need to figure out how to get through that door. Because when I hit the button a minute ago, it didn't do anything. And this guy is so pissed. I'm in here. God dang. Blech. I'm in. No, come over here. I'm over here. Ah! Nice.
What was the Bureau doing with that thing?
Someone answer, damn it! We need backup down here.
Mushy mushy.
Marshall, are you still there?
Shit.
Hello?
We're so close. We need to hurry.
Do we? God. Before healing others, you should learn to heal yourself. Ooh, that is a grenade. Can I throw you back? Saw there was a ability to throw them back. What are you? Is that a guy sitting in a chair? Interesting how they handle, like, the back and forth between special abilities and shooting stuff. I'm sure by the end of this, I'll just be throwing everything. Oh, that's a grenade. How come I can't pick up these plants? That's a grenade. That's also a grenade. I need some better stuff to throw. Ooh, not that. Dude, Master Chief here has got some intense armor. Uh-huh. On my way. Checking for drops, though. Not seeing any good drops. Captive audience. Oh. Go to executive mnemonics. Executive mnemonics. I don't know how I feel about these timed quests. I assume they're worth doing to some extent. Oh god. Master Chief got an upgrade. Well, I don't know who that is, but I hope they stop shooting at me. He just vanished. All this sweet stuff. I've been here. Oh, what other quests do I have? X-ray light box. This really is a Metroidvania. Research hypnosis lab. Research. Might actually be through those stairs that are up that way. But I'll check. Ah, my legs. There's this lab. Hey guys, what's going on in here?
I see it. Another object of power? They're just standing there, mesmerized by it.
I have to sneeze. Oh god, I just sneezed all over myself. The hypnosis lab. That was not what I was expecting. I didn't even notice this was here. Up, down, left, right, escape. Oh, I see. If it looks like I'm hitting buttons at random, you're correct. What am I even trying to make? There's a symbol somewhere I'm missing. Disassemble. How's it going? Working on a puzzle. Not quite sure where or what the solution is. Because I think I've done all possible combinations that can be here. So there's this thing here. But I don't know what it's supposed to look like. There's nothing that indicates that I have found. Is it outside of the room? It's like I can't form this, I don't think. Maybe I can. No, I don't think I can. I don't know what I'm trying to make. Oh, is this it? I already made that. It's literally on the screen. Okay. I'm here. I don't know how to get it to... Oh, never mind. Just keep hitting the button. I was gonna say, I don't know how to make it line up to the top.
Please state your name for the record. Paul Warren, Astromark, First Class. And you are aware that exposure to the astral plane can result in death, disability, personal injury, corporeal entangling, cognitive collapse, loss of ego, and partial to full dementia?
Yeah. I am.
And you acknowledge that your use of the astral conduit, aka the X-ray light box, is purely voluntary?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. Your suit is good?
Yeah.
Okay, you're all set. Open the door for Mr. Warren, please.
Mr. Warren was never seen again. Or, alternately, we're gonna see him here in like 3 seconds. Use C's. C's. You're doing a great job. You're all doing really great. Go forth, my friend. Ow, who's shooting me? See. Question mark? Oh my god, they're all dead. We never found Warren, unless that was the guy I just killed.
Their brains were fried when I took over the object.
Rip. Now where are we going? I feel like this is actually moving faster. I mean, I guess it is, but it feels so slow. Abilities. 20% energy. Oh, nice. When you play gacha. Am I already be in the right spot? Yes. I don't know. I actually need to use the restroom really bad, and have for like an hour. So I'll be right back. That's my ghost sounds. Oh god. Welcome back, everyone. Intercom next to the elevator, right here. Alternately, I was reading that.
Marshall, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Who is this?
My name is Jesse Faden. I'm coming to help.
Faden? Hold on. I'm setting the elevator for you. We need to talk.
She got that right.
Why didn't she acknowledge the fact that she's the director?
Really?
She's just like, my name is Jesse, not, hey, I'm the director. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, I forgot I could do this. Yeah, go get him. Dang. What happens to these guys when they run out? Oh, I guess their health is draining. Oh. I suppose they died then. There you go. Yep. Interesting. He didn't really drop anything, I don't think. Hmm. I don't know. Maybe during like boss fights or something. It might be useful. What glass elevator is this?
Marshall is waiting for you in the Luck Lab, just down the hall.
One of these times there's gonna be spooks in here. Oh no. That's such a memorable part of. Thank you. That's such a memorable part of the suffering. When you walk into the bathroom and spooky stuff happens. Oh, I guess there was a thing with Dead Space that everybody always talks about. I don't... Oh. Hey, guys.
There you are.
There you are. I'll take that. I don't know what I just picked up. And I'll take this. No problem. I love these things. Can I put something in it? Hey man. Is this a big mouth Billy the Bass? Oh. Alright, well, I'm keeping the 4-leaf clover.
Congratulations on your appointment, Director Phaeton. I'm Helen Marshall, head of Bureau Operations. Zachariah's dead then, and I assume you found his gun.
Just call me Jesse. Trench told me to find you. He said you could help.
And he told you this through the hotline. Makes sense.
None of this phases her? Really?
Here's the situation.
That's me.
Darling created the
I'm
HRAs
Marshall.
in a lab nearby. We need more if we're gonna survive this attack. My rangers can't secure the lab alone, not against those things. We need more firepower.
At least she seems to know what's going on here. She could know about Dylan.
I can clear out the hiss. I'll be your firepower.
That's a good answer.
Is she testing me?
Darling has systems in place to protect his labs. This should help you get past them. We'll talk more after you clear out the hiss.
Okie dokie.
Rangers, let her through. We'll have to lock the door behind you. Sorry, but we can't risk a breach.
Okie dokie. That's fine. I think I can teleport. Pretty sure I got.
Anything in this place that can improve our luck, we ought to try it out.
Pretty sure I got the teleport.
Just in case, do not touch anything.
All right, see ya. Energy boost. I'm bringing this with me. For this guy. Huh. There is a thing in there. Possibly in here. Hello? 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 I'm looking for ghosts, okay? Hello? Ghosts? Why is this one all like frozen? They're all stacked up in here. Nice. Nice. Go to the mail room. I ain't got time for this.
I see Rangers in there. We have to help them.
Oh, I can't actually do this quest because I have nowhere to go. Teleport. Where'd you go? Go to town, my friend. Ow. And with like a tree twig. What's that guy running backwards? Oh god, you guys. I like the sound they make. The loud banshee wail. Oh no! What happened to my banshee? Where's he going? Get him. Yeah, good work. Paranormal Chief Lewis. Lewis, what happened to you? Oh god. Go get Lewis. I'm gonna go explore. Oh my god. Is he throwing stuff? Oh my god. Ugh. Ouchies. Well then. Standing still makes you an easy target. Oh man, this is way back here. Hey guys, don't mind me. I was never here.
Squad C hasn't made it back.
Uh-huh.
They're still out there. Only exit is back through parakinesiology. But there's no way we're gonna get to the lab.
Oh, these guys are here. Question mark? This time I got help. Did they just throw like 800 grenades on him? Is that what that was? There's like a billion lights on him. Ow. I have to stay at low health for the 60% damage bonus. There we go. Oh god. All part of the plan. Where'd my pals go? Did they all die? Oh, there's one pal. There's another pal. It says say 3. When am I ever gonna get more of these? Time to roll gacha is what it is. Tropic Echo. Oh. I need to downgrade. Because I can. Uh-oh. Where are we?
Altered item number 52AE analysis, session 2. I will be introducing various stimuli to the item. First, a low voltage electric shock. No response. Next, I will introduce heat via a standard Bunsen burner. No response. Next, a series of solutions will be applied, each with a different value on the pH scale, from 0 to 14.
Is there 14 of those? Don't actually,
no response
there
to
you go.
any value. Next, I will attempt to communicate.
Shouldn't that have been the first thing you did?
Can you understand me? Can you understand my words? Quack if you can understand my words. No response. This concludes session 2. We'll need time to prepare further tests.
What are you watching me for? I feel like should try to communicate with it first. Whoa. That hurt a little bit. Kind of debating, this seems like it might be a good stopping point. Not really sure. Seems pretty good though. See if there's anything else like in plain sight. Before I come back next time. How do I get this object of power? Can I get this object of power? Where am I? Oh, I don't think I can. Although. Alright, I think I may stop here. I don't know how this game saves. It auto-saves whenever I use this thing, so I guess that's it. Thank you all for watching. Hope you all enjoyed Control.